This is a Disaster Central special report. We are coming on the air to provide breaking news and all day coverage on what is now a war in the Middle East. We will be providing quick updates as they follow. Stand by for a transmission change.
Can. Bunu tersledim beni.
This is a Disaster Central special report. My name is David Vela, reporting in from Houston, Texas, coming on the air with full-time coverage on this unprecedented situation. I want to quickly give our viewers a recap of what's happened. Approximately 9-ish hours ago, the United States and Israel joined in a joint operation to strike Iranian targets. This includes Iranian military leaders, political leaders, and also military targets and installations as well. Well, there has been a response. There was a response, multiple responses earlier this morning. Iran launched attacks against multiple countries, including Israel, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and in Saudi Arabia. It's also important to note that in a lot of these countries, U.S. troops are being held there. Well, now the situation is very tense, and the situation is continuing to escalate, increasingly escalate, to the point where you can't. It's unnoticeable. Like, you can't notice it. You can't not notice it. Quick updates. This is from the Embassy of Mexico in Jordan. They're asking people to stay out of the country, or if you're within the country, to shelter in place. And this is because a new barrage of missiles are coming. Our new barrage of missiles are imminent. There are now air raids, sirens that are coming out in Israel. That looks like there's going to be some sort of attack. It seems some sort of attack in Israel's happening now because there's red alerts now being issued, which seems to me like this is going to be uh, I guess another attempt to strike. The following areas are being are under missile alerts. This is now for northern suburbs of Tel Aviv. That's what it is, northern Tel Aviv. If you're in northern Tel Aviv, you need to get to your shelter ASAP. 186,000 individuals are residing within this area. Additionally, another 3 million individuals are residing within this new alert, which involves all of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. So if you are in Tel Aviv and in Jerusalem, you need to start heading towards your shelters ASAP. Sirens in Tel Aviv now. So we're looking at a couple of live views here. Primarily, we're looking at Tel Aviv. We're looking at Haifa as well, northern Israel. And we're looking at some views from international locations. So this would be, give me a moment. So this would be, what you're looking at here is northern Israel, Qatar, the UAE, Haifa, Israel again, Tel Aviv twice, and then the Yishafan missile site in Iran. It is now getting dark in Iran and in Qatar and the UAE. The UAE is attempting to intercept all targets right now. So here's some of the missile status that I think is worth noting. So airspace is closed right now for multiple countries, including Iran, Qatar, and Bahrain, Kuwait, Iraq, Syria, Israel, and there's partial closures. There's partial restrictions in Jordan and Lebanon, and this is because if um, if targets, if missiles are heading towards some of these areas, they're not necessarily going to hit these areas. These are typically the countries that you'll find doing, or you'll find being the carriers, not necessarily the targets. But let's quickly go over to our board here and talk about um, some of the stuff that we need to talk about in regards to what the current situation is right now in the Middle East. So, this is our current situation in the Middle East. Those in blue are technically considered allies or are countries that are being attacked by Iran. Those in blue, those in red are Iran. Those in dark blue, which would be Israel and the United States. The United States, of course, isn't there because um, of obviously because they're not in the Middle East, or the country isn't in the Middle East. But uh, those in that dark blue, which would be the main Burligans, uh, are the ones that were operating in the direct operation last night at midnight to those airstrikes in Iran. So that's one thing to note. Additionally, uh, we have a portion of Somaliland that is covered in blue as well because there's plans to open up, or there's negotiations for Iran to open up, or Israel to open up a base in in there. And additionally, the yellows are the irrelevant but are at war countries. So Yemen is currently in civil war with each other, and the some of the groups that are there are not necessarily aligned with Iran, but aren't also necessarily aligned with allies. So That's really the situation. And a lot of these that are in blue have been attacked. So something to note is that Qatar, um, and the UAE and Bahrain and Saudi Arabia have been attacked, as well as Israel. They have also been attacked in retaliation strikes. So that's one thing to note, a very important thing to note as well. But uh, the but at this point, this is now, according to Trump, this is now no longer a disarmament change. This is a uh, attempt for government change, which would mean that they're going to go all out until this government collapses. That's what they're looking to do. There are strikes now ongoing in Shiraz, Bushehr, and Tehran, and more likely other places. That's currently what's going on there. There's interceptions and explosions, multiple of them happening, and this is a yeah, that's what we're reporting on right now. Um, so additionally, another thing that we need to talk about is we need to talk about what Iran's retaliation could look like. There's three main zones into this. This is their strike capabilities. There's main three zones into this. So part of the reason why Dubai has been struck by some of these missiles is because they're in the immediate zone. This is where the short range missiles will can strike and can be hit, or can hit immediately. So the if you're in the red zone, you're in the immediate zone, which means that these airstrikes are that happen are very much close range and they can strike very quickly. If you're in the mid-range zone, these are the areas where you can technically fight off, and intercept some of these, but it's definitely a lot harder than if you were in the yellow, which is the long-range missiles, and these are the missiles that take minutes, by about a 30 to 60 minutes, for the missiles to travel. But uh, and you can see in that yellow zone, Tel Aviv is in there as well, and portions of Turkey and portions of Lebanon and Syria, and Jordan and Yemen and Saudi Arabia, as well as Oman. The orange includes portions of Iraq, Turkey, Azerbaijan, um, Afghanistan, Pakistan, uh, etc., etc. And then in the red, those are the most immediate, which would be Afghanistan, Tajikistan, um, Pakistan, the UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and Armenia and Azerbaijan. A European Union official has announced that ships in the Strait of Hormuz has received radio messages from the Revolutionary Guards stating that no ships are allowed to pass through the waterway. So it looks like the Strait of Hormuz might be getting closed. And this is why that's important. Let's talk about that now. So, the reason why this is important is because of a couple of reasons, but mainly the fact that the Strait of Hormuz carries around a fifth of the oil supply, the world's oil supply. So, this is predominantly fed into East Asian countries such as South Korea, Japan, and China. But the oil route essentially goes through the UAE and Iranians' waterways. Yeah, and that's a fifth of oil. And if you're an investor right now, I would be pretty worried because if they do end up closing off the Strait of Hormuz, then we are very much talking stock prices or prices just in general of anything petroleum to skyrocket because um, there are indeed right now multiple uh, okay, there are indeed multiple there are indeed multiple you know worries indeed that uh, sorry, reading up news. There are multiple worries that this is going to lead to a big time escalation, and it has. If the oil supply is shut down, then we are talking a worldwide effect. Because if 1/5 of the oil in the world is coming out of through that strait, then we are talking of uh, cascading stock prices. Stock prices are going to collapse. Petroleum companies are going to have to start using other sources, and that's going to start overwhelming. It's not something that you want, but that's nonetheless. Let's also talk about what the U.S. military troop buildup is right now and why this is important. The reason why this is important is because this is the reason why Iran is striking these other countries in the first place. Qatar. Qatar has 9,500 plus troops. That's a lot of American troops. And since America and Israel did indeed attack um, Iran, Iran is obviously going to have to retaliate. How will they retaliate? Well, the closest thing that they have right now to being able to retaliate are those short-term missiles that we talked about. So, uh, the short-term missiles that we talked about, which is this are their strike capabilities. They're in the immediate zone. In fact, all of Qatar is in the immediate zone. So Iran is obviously going to respond with attacking the countries that are within the immediate zone because they don't necessarily have as accurate timing to counteract these missile strikes as others as others like Israel do. So they're going to start attacking Qatar. The UAE has over 5,000 troops. That's another part. That's another reason why they're striking. Uh, why they're striking places like in Dubai, like in Abu Dhabi, uh, Saudi Arabia, the 2,300 troops, Jordan 3,000 plus troops. Like this is Iran is attacking multiple countries in the Middle East because of American troop presence there. America's objective is very simple. The objective is very simple for America. They want Iran to have a regime change. Axios is now citing, oh, hold on. Right. So this is breaking news. Big breaking news, in fact. So Axios is now reporting that multiple top Iran figures have been eliminated in strikes. Uh, Now, obviously, eliminated means that they've been killed. Just FYI, if you didn't know that, that's what that means. But it looks like, whoa, okay, wow. The Taliban or Afghanistan is threatening the Iranian regime. I just saw the video too. Wow. Okay, that's definitely interesting. Airstrikes right now happening in multiple provinces in Iran. Give me a moment. Let me quickly clear up my voice quickly. Give me just a quick moment. I'm gonna put on a bit of music. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I had to clear my nose because it sounded pretty bad. Um, a lot of this is happening. A lot of this is happening at multiple different instances. But basically, just to quickly recap, what we were talking about, this is more of a global conflict. Essentially, this is not global, but this is a. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! They're launching missiles. Look at that! They're launching missiles. This is live. They're launching missiles. You can see that. Wow. Oh, why'd they take it out? Okay, you just saw them launch a missile. They just launched a missile there. Wow. Iran is launching missiles now. There you go. They just switched the big screen. There. Breaking news! Breaking news! Reports of a power generation fast facility in the Erbil area in northern Iraq has been reportedly bombed, with footage of uh, of jet aircraft, and a missile launch around the time of impact. Sirens in the center of Israel. We're trying to get new red alerts. We do have new alerts detected. New alerts for Tel Aviv. New alerts as well for I can't read that. Wow. For Beersheva, Beersheva, multiple launches also being detected. Multiple air raid sirens is in northern Israel. This would also, I believe, include Haifa, which is why they have those live cams of northern Israel. But nonetheless, there's a total population of 936,000 individuals that are within these alerts, that are receiving these alerts as well. A drone just struck the Palm Jumeirah in Dubai. Iran is now striking civilian targets in the UAE and in Qatar. That is not good. Sirens in Haifa. Sirens in Haifa. I hope they switch the. I hope they switch the live cam. Uh, I hope they do. For those tuning in, we are tracking. We're tracking day one of the Middle Eastern war. Uh, News to be reported. I mean, there's not much news to report now, but news to be reported is that multiple top Iranian officials have been eliminated, according to Axios. Um, it's war. What did I expect? I mean, I just it was just crazy for me to see the launches. I don't know. I know it's war, but you know. This is the confirmed site. Yeah, Israel is or Iran is launching launches, and there are red alerts for some of these areas as well. Generally speaking, a lot of Israel is now coming into multiple red alerts. Multiple interceptors now happen going off in Haifa and in Jerusalem. Interceptors are also being reported in Tel Aviv. Let me quickly pull up a different stream where we can get a couple of new views out of this. But why'd I open it? We didn't have to have this war. Yeah, I agree, but um, it happened, whether we liked it or not. Unfortunately. I have heard of that report. I think it was true actually. I don't know though. Okay, the stream that we're about to show is from our partners at Cranophonics, who is you won't get drafted. Believe me, you're not gonna get drafted. These are from our partners in Cranophonics at Cranophonics, who have given us access to some of these live cameras from uh, Israel, Tehran, and Jerusalem. Now I'm waiting for the chat here to load up so I can close out of it, and here you have your full view. Um, this is your full view right now, and this is what the situation is looking like. Red alerts coming out. You can see your live feeds in Tel Aviv and in Haifa, Israel, Jerusalem. This is in Rosh Hashanah, Israel as well. So these are now all Israeli views for now because the cameras in Tehran keep going out, and we are zooming in on the big one because there are, I believe, interceptors that are going on right now. There are live interceptions that are happening right now. I think this is in Tel Aviv. Let me quickly play the audio for you. Oh, what? Why did that happen? Yep. I'm gonna lower that. Air raid sirens. You're hearing air raid sirens as we speak. And this is because Iran is launching multiple missiles towards Israel, the UAE. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! There they go! There they go! There they go! They're launching those counter missiles, and what that's gonna do is hopefully try to intercept some of these missiles in up that are in the stratosphere now. We'll see if anything like that happens. If we'll see some explosions on there, but if we don't see explosions on there, uh, then it might be too far out. Now look, you can see that light there. There's now I think a light in between the clouds. I don't know what that is. It was definitely not there earlier. I don't think. Was it there earlier? I might just be losing it. Oh, that's just the moon. Oh, you just saw a small explosion there. Oh, there's another one. Another one. I think they may have hit. They may have hit. For those tuning in, we're watching live footage of what looks to be Tel Aviv missiles or Tel Aviv air raid defenses that have intercepted multiple Iranian missiles that made it through Syria and Jordan, etc. There are multiple air raid sirens that are coming out. This you're looking at multiple feeds within Israel. You're looking at Haifa, Tel Aviv, and Rosh Hashanah, which is one of the sites in which an Iranian missile did actually hit that location. I've just been sent a picture of airstrikes that are being launched in Tehran again, or in Isfahan, or yeah, Isfahan. That's some of the stuff we're seeing there now. Another series of missiles are coming out again. Alarms in southern Tel Aviv. Oh, big, 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 big booms. You're seeing that live now. Multiple big explosions, as these are the attempts right now from Israel to intercept all the missiles that are heading towards Tel Aviv. And some of this you're able to see through our partners at Cranophonics, who have given us these feeds. Oh, oh, you're hearing those explosions too. Sorry about that. I had to do some stuff really quickly. It looks like they're pulling up a new feed now. I think. Yeah, I think so. That's what they're doing. This is in Tehran, Iran. There we go. View from Tehran, Iran. I'm still gonna keep Israel cams because a majority of them are still in Israel. So, like, yeah, interceptions in Bahrain. The Strait of Hormuz has been shut down. That is the latest news development that has come out of Iran. Iran's saying that they're sending enforcers to enforce the closure. Any ship that is caught leaving or entering the Strait of Hormuz could face getting shot down. For those tuning in, we are continuing to monitor the Middle East as they are now in day one of the entire Middle East falling under conflict of this war against Iran. At this point, the coalition of American and Israeli forces have taken down multiple targets and top leaders in Iran. As a result, Iran is retaliating. Uh, if you could, we would really appreciate if you were able to if you were able to like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and share the stream out to many of your people. We're trying to aim for the goal of 8,300 subscribers, and maybe we can take it up to after today. But nonetheless, we would really appreciate that. We're going to provide all day coverage on this unprecedented situation. Air raid missiles. Israel has now detected their launch of missiles in heading their way again. And that's what that Hebrew text is for. It's notifying the locations. There we go, sirens! We're now awaiting the confirmation that these sirens are happening, or a confirmation that airstrikes will be heading towards that generalized location, but I think it's pretty safe to assume that they are. Explosions in Tehran right now also being reported. Tel Aviv sirens. Confirmation that these sirens are coming from Tel Aviv. This has just been confirmed by sources within Tel Aviv. And I think they're zooming in on something specifically. What is that? Oh, those are counter missiles. Okay. Okay, good. Those are counter missiles. I was worried that they were about to strike I was worried those were Iranian missiles. Sirens have gone off. Two explosions have been seen above Gobernorte in Israel. Looks like this was interceptions. So this is what you're seeing right now. This is the great thing about Cranophonics. Cranophonics is giving us lovely views. Yes, there have been in Qatar, and in the UAE, and I think in Saudi Arabia as well, and maybe Kuwait, if I recall correctly. Man, maybe Kuwait. Oh, I think that might be emergency responders. I think yeah, that was emergency responders. And as the skies begin to darken, this is where the most important points are, because this is where this is where the sirens or the airstrikes are going to be very visible and very important for the IDF or any country to do their job and defend um, their country from oncoming missiles. Whether you're Iran, whether you're an Iranian or you're an Israeli, whether you're from your Qatari, whether you're from the UAE or whether you're from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, etc., etc. The nighttime is the most important time because this is where a majority of these what we're about to see is this is where a majority of what we're about to see is going to happen. This also includes airstrikes. This could include UAE interceptions. This could include drone crashes. Anything can happen, and this is where the most important time. This is the most pivotal time for. This is the most pivotal time for these interceptions to happen. Explosions now being reported in Qatar. Yeah, sorry. After 10 p.m., yeah. But my point still stands. At this point, now that it's getting dark, anywhere after 10 to like 3 to 5 a.m., that's where the most pivotal point to see whether or not, to see which countries are going to respond, which are not, is going to happen. Now we're taking live views right now at 4 different locations. 3 of them are in Israel, one of them is in Iran. These are the main burligants of the war. There have been strikes and explosions happening in Qatar. There have been explosions happening in Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates. There have been explosions happening in Abu Dhabi, in the Emirates. There's been explosions happening in Bahrain. There's been explosions that have happened in Oman as well. These smaller countries, yeah, these smaller countries cannot defend themselves as properly as some of the more developed countries. This is why it's so important that if you are within these areas, at this point, you need to stand your ground, stay at your home, do not exit your home. I repeat, do not exit your home unless you're being told to evacuate by government officials. You need to stay at your home, shelter in place. Most times, most likely, most times than not, you are going to be fine. However, in the there's been an explosion in Tehran. I think they might be launching something. Yeah. Here's some of the video footage that we're getting. Oh, big explosion. I do not know what that is. There may be explosions, there may not. But nonetheless, still very important to keep your ground or to keep stand your ground in these type of situations. Yeah, there's something in the sky in Tehran. I don't know what it is. Okay, we're about to show you video. This is cell phone video in Bahrain that is showing a building on fire. This might be a residential terrace as well. Get rid of this browser really quickly. This is some of the footage you're seeing here. You see as they zoom in, multiple fires happening, big time fires happening at these explosion. Wow. Multiple big fires happening at some of these terraces within this region. This just came in a few moments ago through some of our partners there, but yeah, this is after three powerful explosions were heard in Bahrain. Now we know what they were. Unfortunately, we know what they were. It looks like they could have been civilian targets. Okay, I'm back. So, Cranophonics has just informed me that they'll be switching live cams. Actually, I think they already did. They're switching live cams now to the Middle East, to the entirety of the Middle East.
Alarm. Ad Halom Industrial Zone. Ashdod, 11, 12, 15, 17, Marine City. Ashdod, Chet, Tet, Yud, Yud Gimel, Yud Dalid,
Uh-oh.
Shitulim, Chatzor, Gan Yavne.
Big time, big time, big time,
Ashdod,
big time,
Gimel,
big time.
Vav,
Airstrikes,
Zayin.
airstrikes.
Bnei Aish, Ganei Tau, Chafetz Chaim, Ashdod, Aleph, Bet, Daled, Hey. Bitzaron, Beit Chilkiah.
Big town, big town, big town.
Gan Hadarom, Neve Miftach, Kanot, Kanot Industrial Zone, Gedera, Bnei Darom, Kvutzat Yavne, Misgav Dov.
Multiple
Mishar,
airstrikes
Kidron,
are happening
Nir,
right now. Stand by for transmission.
Washington, Aseret, Ashdod,
We are hearing right now live the ghost feed that's being provided. Oh, sirens, sirens, sirens!
Bneiah,
Sirens, 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 sirens!
Bet Gamliel, Yavne, Gealia, Kfar Hanagid, Bnei Darom Compound, Maon Sofia, Gedera Industrial Zone, Emmanuel, Nesher Industrial Zone, Rama, Achisama.
Sirens, sirens. This is going to be in Tel Aviv. You're about to see this happening in Tel Aviv. Sirens are happening right now. Red alert, multiple.
Yehud Monoson, Tel Aviv, Southern City and Jaffa, Tel Aviv East, Savion.
We are awaiting missile launches. We are waiting for that to happen right now. We're taking a live look everywhere except for that bottom cam, which is in Tehran. Everywhere is now going to be in Tel Aviv, Israel.
Herzliya West, Rishon LeZion East, Rishon LeZion West, Bat Yam, Ramat Gan East, Elad, Ramat Gan West, Rosh Ha'ayin, Kfar Kasem, Ramat HaSharon, Hod HaSharon, Kfar Sava, Karnei Shomron, Ra'anana, Nes Tziona, Ramla, Be'er Yaakov.
Oh, no, that's just camera moving. We are monitoring that situation right now as we speak, and we just had to switch the cameras in from Doha, Qatar, because Israel is now experiencing a very big barrage of airstrikes. We don't know how many airstrikes have been launched, but I understand now that this is no longer just an Israel-Iran conflict. This is now Israel, Iran, the entire Middle East, basically, that has American troops. They're launching airstrikes at multiple locations within the Middle East, and at this point, it would not even surprise me if we capture an explosion. We're waiting for those missile launches to come out. We might hear them, we might not. The Tehran cam has gone out as well. There may have been, yeah, it looks like there could have been explosions in Tehran as well. I don't know. Oh my god. Booms, booms, booms. Booms are being heard. We are waiting to see launch sequences for now. The Tehran cam seems to have gone out as well. Explosions in Dubai. Breaking news. Explosions in Dubai. Uh-oh. New airstrikes, alerts, alerts, new airstrikes. I think. No, these are threat detected. Early warning systems. Threats have been detected. This is for the following areas. Threats have been detected for the following areas. Beit Sha'an Valley. Beit Sha'an Valley. Hakarmel. Mifrats. Wadi Ara. Menashe. Threat also detected for Upper Galilee. Ha'amakim, Center Galilee, confrontation line. So this is between the lines of this is the military zone in Israel and Palestine. Also, threat detected, incoming threat detected in Lower Galilee. This is the early threat detected. We do not know whether or not these missiles will be put out. We are awaiting word from now, and if we do hear word, you're going to hear a narrator on the radio feed of channel N12, which is the Israeli news channel. We're going to be hearing them read out the list of warnings, or the list of cities that will be experiencing these airstrikes. Multiple explosions in Bushehr, which is reported by Iranian intelligence. The Haifa Israel camera has gone is now the only camera that's producing sound, because this is the area that we're going to be more worried about if these airstrikes happen, because these are all in northern Israel. I need to show y'all this video. This is great video. These are actually two angles. These are actually two really good angles, actually. Wow. Let me quickly get rid of this. And then make sure. Yeah, early warnings in northern Israel and in Jerusalem. While we wait for that to happen, let's quickly transition to some of the footage that we're seeing. which is coming straight out of more missile strikes on U.S. bases in Bahrain.
Alarm. Masu'a.
Oh,
Mechora.
oh,
Yitzhar.
there it
Itamar.
is. There it is. There it is. There it is.
Har Bracha. Chamra. Elon Mora. Bekaot. Ro'i. Chemdat. Maskiot. Rotem. Shadmot Mechola. Mechola. Kidumim. Bar-On Industrial Zone. Shavei Shomron. Avnei Chefetz. Einav. Tirat Sevi. Chavat Gilad. Sede Trumot. Tel Telmim. Sede Eliyahu. Malkishua Rehabilitation Village. Merav. Rivaya. Rehov.
This is video
Salit.
from,
Sha'ar Ephraim. Nitzane Oz.
I believe this is video from Zanjan, which I think Zanjan is in Iran, I think?
Near David.
Yes,
Kharagil,
Zanjan, Iran.
Ganei Chuga.
And you
Yakir,
can see
Nofim,
big time
Emmanuel,
fires, big time
Karnei
fires,
Shomron,
big time fire. This
Sufim,
is after a big
Eyal,
time. Oh, there we go, there we go,
Kochav
there we go,
Yair,
there we go, there we
Sur
go. Hold on,
Yitro,
hold on, hold on. Let
Sur
me get out of that.
Sur Natan, Taibe, Azriel, Kfar Yavetz, Ariel,
Here we go again.
Bet Alpha and Hefziba, Kalantzor, Baka Al Garbia, Kolon, Mikveh Yisrael, Or Yehuda, Yehud Monoson, Tel Aviv, Southern City and Jaffa, Tel Aviv East, Savion, Ramat Gan East, Elad, Kiryat Ono, Tel Aviv Center, Givatayim, Ramat Gan West, Bnei Brak, Givat Shmuel, Rosh Ha'ayin, Tel Aviv,
Sirens are being heard.
Petach Tikva, Kfar Kasim, Ramat HaSharon, Hod HaSharon, Herzliya Center and Galil Yam, Herzliya West, Kfar Sava, Kfar Shmaryahu, Ra'anana, Tira, Rishon LeZion East, Rishon LeZion
Tel Aviv interception
Shoham,
confirmed.
Bat Yam, Harish, El Fachem, Kadima, Tzoran.
Oh, look at that. Oh my God, look at that. Look at the bottom angle. You just saw an interception just happen. Oh, there they are. There they are. They're launching stuff right now. Missile coming down. They're shooting. That's a missile that's heading straight for Tel Aviv, I think. Is that? Is that? That might be. Oh. Was it intercepted, though? I think it failed. Interception. The attempted attack on Tel Aviv. One of the missiles have failed. So, for those that are tuning in, if you just tuned in, you just missed a series of 3 missile barrages with the missile barrages that have all been intercepted by Israel. This is a live view from Israel. The feed will switch intermittently between countries whether or not we can see actual hits. It's important for you to note that. Important for anybody to note this. Breaking news! Breaking news!
لكن من هي مشكلة هي تواوا.
Breaking news. This has just been confirmed by AP Reuters.
أولا إنترنت ما بتشيله بقى.
Breaking news. The AP has now confirmed that at least 150 schoolgirls have been killed in the original set of airstrikes that were created by the that were launched by Israel and the United States. 150 girls were killed in Iran after the original set of airstrikes. This has just been confirmed through our sources. Um, it is wow. That is that is pretty horrifying news. No, this report was originally reported by the AP and Reuters. Um, yeah, sorry. I don't know how to respond to that. But uh, those that are tuning in, the breaking story, the headline of the hour now is that 150 schoolgirls were killed in the original strikes that were launched by the U.S. and Israel in school. The report was that there was an explosion in. Well, no, not necessarily because. Well, I don't know if, but in the I don't know specifically if you know this. I don't know where you're from, but in the United States, the average school tends to have around 400 to 500 people, and then the high schools tend to have generally about 1,000 people plus. I mean, my school has 3,000 people, so it doesn't necessarily have to be the entire school. And this wasn't a big city, but the original report was that. Oh, you're in Idaho? Oh. Well, no, but they're actually more compact. They don't use, they don't have an entire space like we do, because we have the advantage of, like, we have the advantage that the United States has tons of land to build off of, and we're very much sprawlistic. We like to sprawl in cities. Iran doesn't do that. Iran has a lot of higher density schools, higher density buildings. They don't have much suburbs, and a lot of these suburbs tend to be 2 to 3 story duplexes. Um, so it's not. I mean, it just depends on the perspective. But the school itself was in the school itself that we're talking about that was mentioned. I think was 3 stories. Might have been 3 stories. I wish I had better news to report, but I really don't. I really don't have any better news to report. So sorry about that. Yeah, sure, I got you. So first, the first article I'm sending you is from Al Jazeera, and the second article I'm about to send is from the second article I'm about to send is from Reuters. Third and final article will be from PBS News. Yeah, that Iranian semi-official news agency is not run by state media, so they're not like I forgot which state. I think it might be HRNA, but but the the report itself, I think, yeah, Tasnim News has been the only reason why we've been able to keep up with airstrike reports in Tehran and with video footage. So, hi, is this live? Yes, this is live. You're taking a look at live feed. The AP is coming out with a correction to that report. It is the death toll is risen to 85, not 150. We are expected to hear from we are expecting to hear from the Supreme Leader of Iran shortly. It has been an hour since he was supposed to address, but we don't know the state of their condition right now. The state of whether or not we're going to hear from them at any point. I think we are having a UN meeting at 2:30 p.m. I believe so, at Eastern time, I believe. So that'll be in a few hours. We can now confirm that 3 main officials have been killed in the strikes, the original strikes. Mohammed Pakpour, which is the IRGC commander, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard commander, has been killed by both Reuters and Israeli officials that have confirmed this. Amir uh, Amir Nazir Zadeh, which is the Iranian defense minister. Now remember, we reported this last night when we were coming on for that quick report that was like an hour long. We came on the air for that almost immediately after the first explosions took place. Then we reported that he had been killed because his house had been targeted. We can also now confirm that, and this is reports from CBS News. CBS News confirming that Ali Shamkhani, which is a senior advisor to Khamenei, is and a key security figure, has been killed in the strike. We don't know about the status of Khamenei. Uh, a senior official told BBC that they could not confirm whether or not he was alive or dead because they haven't heard from anybody within the bunker that he was supposedly at in over 12 hours. Or basically now 11 hours. I think he had done a video, but that could have been a pre-recorded video. More than 15 people have been killed on attacks on an airstrike on gymnasium in Iran's in the Iranian town of Lamerd. Fars news agency reports. I did see the Trump recorded video last night. I don't have an opinion on it. I don't personally have an opinion on it. Kuwaiti hospitals have received 12 wounded people amid the Iranian strike, state news agency. IDF warned that Iran might launch cluster warheads during future ballistic missile attacks against Israel, as they did last summer. Israeli Army, this is from the Israeli Army, largest airstrike in Air Force history has been completed. Israel used approximately 200 fighter jets to strike approximately 500 targets across Iran. IDF spokesperson statement will be expected to take place at 8:15 p.m. Israeli Standard Time. Oh. AP and Reuters streams just ended their. Oh, spokesperson.
Is largely on military targets only, as it relates to Iran.
المقدم الركن ناصر محمد الكبيسي مدير مديرية التوجيه المعنوي بالوكالة.
This is press conference in Doha, Qatar.
مدير إدارة الإعلام والاتصال بوزارة الخارجية. وسيقدم المتحدثون إحاطة رسمية حول الإجراءات التي تم اتخاذها.
And this is in France too.
Merci beaucoup d'être là pour ce conseil de défense qui se passait en revue à la fois l'analyse de la situation évidemment et les actions utiles à prendre en plus de ce qui a déjà été fait. Les États-Unis d'Amérique et Israël ont décidé donc de frapper l'Iran ces dernières heures. La France n'a été ni prévenue ni impliquée, tout comme d'ailleurs l'ensemble des pays de la région et nos alliés. L'Iran a répliqué dans de très nombreux pays amis, où nous avons, nombre d'entre eux, des emprises militaires et des ressortissants, avec donc des conséquences sur la stabilité régionale, la paix dans la région et au-delà. La priorité absolue pour nous est évidemment la sécurité de nos ressortissants dans tous les pays qui sont aujourd'hui frappés. C'est ensuite la sécurité de nos emprises militaires et diplomatiques dans l'ensemble de ces pays et ceux qui seraient exposés. Et c'est évidemment aussi la sécurité sur le territoire national. Nous aurons l'occasion d'y revenir. Deuxièmement, c'est d'être aux côtés de tous les pays qui sont aujourd'hui touchés par la riposte iranienne ou qui sont menacés par celle-ci, dans leur intégrité territoriale, leur souveraineté. J'ai eu l'intégralité de ces pays ces dernières heures au téléphone, je vous en rendrai compte, et le ministre des Affaires étrangères sans doute aussi. Et enfin, je souhaite que nous puissions prendre toutes les initiatives utiles pour que le travail diplomatique reprenne ses droits. Nous avons d'ores et déjà appelé à une réunion exceptionnelle du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies. Nous devons multiplier les initiatives pour que la question se règle par la voie diplomatique, car nul ne peut penser que la question du nucléaire iranien, de l'activité balistique, des déstabilisations régionales se régleront simplement par les frappes. Et évidemment aussi les droits légitimes du peuple iranien à se faire entendre, ce qu'il a exprimé ces derniers mois encore en étant terriblement réprimé, c'est de pouvoir décider lui-même de son destin. Et c'est aussi une des choses que nous devons tout faire pour défendre. Et donc c'est dans ce cadre que je souhaitais pouvoir tenir ce Conseil de défense. Et nous allons revenir sur chacun de ces points. Je vous remercie.
It has now been officially 2 hours since the Supreme Leader of Iran, Khamenei, was supposed to give a speech to Iran. On a side note, we're also monitoring a situation off Panama and Costa Rica where a magnitude 6.0 earthquake has struck that region. It is approximately 10 kilometers deep and has caused intensity 4 shaking. It has been felt by 1.1 million people and possibly been felt heavily by 9.1 thousand people. There is a tsunami potential of 0.30, which means that there is no tsunami potential. It took around 62.3 seconds to detect this earthquake. The average is 92.4 seconds. The quality of the confidence within this earthquake being detected is a C, so quality C grade, which means that 11 stations have felt this earthquake. This is a very much a developing situation coming off Costa Rica, but we were going to continue monitoring this for you. You're looking at a couple of live views. You're looking at Tel Aviv, Israel's live view on the top right-hand corner. On the bottom right-hand corner, you're looking at Jerusalem, and on the top left corner, you're looking at Doha, Qatar. The overall general consensus is that it is extremely empty in Qatar right now. And this is, I believe, as a result of the airstrikes that have happened at these U.S. military bases, and a shelter-in-place warning was declared. Another U.S. defense official has told Politico that the strikes will likely last days, not hours, as American-Israeli strikes take aim at Iranian defense infrastructure and top civilian and military leadership. Oh, here we go. Identifying threats right now. There is now a report of early incoming barrage reported by the IDF. Red alerts. The following locations are expecting. There we go. Tel Aviv is now. All of Tel Aviv is now under an early warning for incoming threat. Due to the detection of multiple launches towards Israel, alerts may be triggered within the next few seconds. All of Tel Aviv is under it.
And it's like very high in the sky, and the interceptor they're coming from here. Maybe it's an airplane, you know? Also. Yeah, it's an airplane. Before it was better, you know? Yeah. When you push this automatic, it looked much nicer. to turn the messages of the alert because everything was shorting.
Yeah, are you sure this will be good?
I would say no, no. You know, no. The problem is, you know what? Because some of the messages are coming from the state, and they push you. Maybe you cannot. Maybe you need to. Let me see what to do. Maybe you should put the Wi-Fi and then take the SIM card out. You know.
You think? But I think usually passing work without
There are now new strikes on Bahrain bases. Unknown amounts of Americans have been killed in these airstrikes. We don't know.
apparently. No, but it's not from command. I think it's what you say. It's like a mandatory message for all the Israeli numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, they are journalists. They're not the police.
Okay, I can understand one day.
Officials to brief congressional staff on Sunday on Iran. N12 says that tomorrow Israeli and American bombings expected to be more intense. Okay. Well, goes that. Prime Minister's office, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will deliver a statement to the media this evening.
Okay, let's take it inside because it's difficult here. And just
Yeah.
it's not working.
It's
Yes, right?
no. Still not. It's just like charging.
Or can you take it out of the
Yeah.
tripod for
Of course.
first?
Of course.
Let's just try to.
You want to?
Where's the module? Oh, this one.
There should be something that makes it easier.
You know how you go back to the I don't know, I missed something. Maybe just turn it off and then again. No. Nope. Oh, it's not working. It's all working anyway.
It's good. Wait, this is the camera, right? Oh my goodness, this is not working.
But why is it like this?
Yeah.
can put everything automatic.
You should really press some way. It's like with the camera, you can put everything automatic.
Yeah. So maybe here it's like.
Alarm. Holon. Mikveh Yisrael. Or Yehuda. Yehud Monoson. Tel Aviv, Southern City and Jaffa. Tel Aviv East. Savyon, Ramat Gan East. Elad, Kiryat Ono. Tel Aviv
Air raids, air raids, air raids, air raids, air raids, air raids. Here they go. Oh, what is that? I just got put out. Okay. Spokesperson for the Red Crescent Society, which is basically the Red Cross for the Middle East, is now confirming that that in the 24 provinces in Iran, 201 people have been killed, with an additional 747 individuals that have been injured in the situation. Israeli uh, Israeli media is now saying that these airstrikes are expected to continue on for multiple days. Sirens are now being heard in Oman. Breaking news: sirens are being heard in Oman. Looks like airstrikes will be heading towards Oman as well.
Just put it like that. And like in the morning you will be here, no?
Yeah, yeah.
So let's say, you know,
Those tuning in, we are hearing reports that there has been explosions in Tehran again. Um, we don't know the cause, but there has been explosions in Tehran. There's also been an explosion in Tel Aviv that happened earlier this morning.
maybe this is the best it can be, you know? It's nothing like.
If you do have any questions, comments, or concerns, you can send them in the chat. We'll be here to answer them for you. And as the situation continues to develop, make sure that you are reminded, or make sure that you have your notifications on for all upcoming coverages that we do on this. This is hour 2 of our coverage. We've been live for approximately 2 hours. We started our live stream at around 9:29 a.m. and we are now just moments away from hearing news or word on the condition of the Iranian leader. News agency has cited that Fox News is reporting that Iran has launched a new round of attacks on secret Mossad headquarters and American military bases. Iranian suicide drones are being reported over the skies of Bahrain. So Iran has now launched a series of attacks. Um, a series of attacks into multiple countries. Sirens are now being heard in Oman. Now we're getting footage from Manama, Bahrain, where we are getting, I think, live feed of what the situation is looking like there in Bahrain. You can actually see a bit of smoke on that top right corner. Um, you can see a bit of that smoke there as a result of the recent airstrikes on the military bases. But that's the top corner feed that you're getting there. Abdul Malik al-Din al-Houthi is speaking now. He's the leader of, I think, the Houthis. Bro, what? Oh my god, what a... Wow, what a picture. Update for you, a magnitude 6.0 earthquake has also struck uh, Kepulauan Talud in Indonesia a few moments ago.
But I think it's showing too much. Less. But to go up, yeah, you need to be more. Yeah, something. Yeah, anyway, when the other intersection, it will look nice because you see the lights going on. Yeah. The no intersection, nobody's looking at it. Yeah.
This is a picture from Bahrain. I think this was Bahrain. Yeah, this is Bahrain. This was that apartment fire that we were talking about earlier today. There, and you can see just a huge hole with the fire happening around the facade and the interior of the building as well, the indoor floors. There's a lot to talk about here. So let's talk about why Iran is attacking these countries anyways. The simple reason, there's two reasons, but simply put it, the reason why they're doing this is simply because they have American troops here. Bahrain has a ton of troops there. Qatar has 9,500 troops. We saw attacks there, or attempted attacks there. The UAE has 5,000 American troops there. We saw explosions in Dubai there. Saudi Arabia has 2,300 American troops. We saw those troops. We saw the attempted attacks there, but all those missiles were shot down. Jordan has 3,000 troops. We saw attacks there as well. And of course, Israel and Iran are not necessarily best friends. So that's part of the reason why a lot of these attacks are happening in Iran. Back to your live feeds, you can see we're looking at multiple feeds here. We're looking in Bahrain, we're looking at Israel, we're looking at Haifa, Israel, and we're looking in Jerusalem, Israel as well.
Again. Oh my god.
We're taking a live look in Bahrain where it looks like there's the situation is escalating. There's explosions now being heard in Bahrain.
কোন জায়গা পড়ছে ভাই? ইউএস বেসে?
ভাই এটা কোন সাইডে পড়ছে আল্লাহ জানে জুফিয়ার সাইডে উঠতে আছে
It's falling now again in the Jufier side. You guys see?
আমার ক্যামেরা গুলো এগুলো মানে কারণ কি
ওই লাইভ আমরা তো লাইভ ম্যাচ খেলতেছি যে
ওকে জানেন
এটা হচ্ছে কোম্পানি থেকে এরকম
কোনো সমস্যা হইব
না 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 এটা টিকটক কোম্পানি থেকে It's booming, brother, because of the America and Israel attacking the Iran. They are killing the 58 children.
My friend,
58 children from the school in the Iran die.
আমার আপনার তো গাড়ি আছে, আমার তো আর গাড়ি নাই। না এখন ইনশাল্লাহ আছি। আসমানটা খুব সুন্দর, কিন্তু ওই যে যুদ্ধ লাগাইলো তো বেড়াছাড়া হইল।
আসমানটা অনেক সুন্দর। Guys, look, sky very nice.
So much
Sky.
nice. So much
So
nice.
much nice sky.
Wow. Wow. Very nice. So beautiful.
Beautiful sky, but problem is the human fighting. আমনে আর স্কাই দিতে যান, মাথা ঘুরে গেছে ঘুরতে ঘুরতে, মাথা ঘুরাইতেছে স্কাই দিতে ঘুরতে ঘুরে আর না ঘুরে নাই ঘুরাই মাথা ঘুরে।
তাহলে ও তো কে লেগে মারে, আমার কথা হইলো এটা। মারছত
বেস
তো তুই এখন
বেস তো ঘুরাইতে পারে না, না বেস গুলো ঘুরা করতে হতো।
There may have just been an explosion. I don't know.
ডিফেন্সে আছে না, ডিফেন্সের লেগে পারতাছে না।
I don't know though. There may have been an explosion. Well, I just heard a pop. That might have been, I don't know. Pop a pop, I don't know.
Coming another one from the sky. No, not finish. It's continue. After 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Oh,
Sound sunjun ne.
there's an explosion.
Sound this.
Manama, I hear it. From Manama, too much sound. We cannot hear. They can hear big sound. No. I hear. Big sound something.
Big sounds,
But
big
he cannot
sounds,
speak, we are
explosions.
not in the extent. Because he building in the like me, then you can see that. We cannot see all sound. From sound is there is totally high sound.
Very audible boom you can hear.
I think the base not finished because always spotted. This dome coming.
There has been a missile strike in Jordan.
Either defense hai na?
Do I speak their language? No. But I have a general sense of what they're saying. I study a lot of Middle Eastern journalism, so I know a little bit of what they say. Yo, don't call me out on that, bro. Watch out. Actually, it got better. I actually had corrected it. But the problem was, since I hadn't gone live in weeks, and since this hadn't happened, since there wasn't anything to stream in a couple of weeks, I let the batteries run out. And coincidentally, the day before yesterday, this starts happening again. Now, at the time, I thought, okay, I'll get this fixed on Saturday. You know, I mean, I don't mind it. I'll get this fixed on Saturday. And I did that. I thought that. And then this happens last night. So, yeah. Stream's lagging too. Like, I don't know if that's me or if that's Cranophonics. That is not me, though. That's not me. So now we have 3 views from Bahrain. I do gotta be prepared. Yeah, you're right. Did the auto just go mute? Nah, I just cut out on my end. I don't know why. I don't know why it's acting like this now. That's a good question. So in order to get prepared for incoming missiles, what you really have to do, it simply is you have to be prepared ahead of time. You have to know where your evacuation routes are if war is imminent, but in this case, if these missiles are just coming out of nowhere, which is what's happening for a lot of y'all. That's why. If you have if these missiles are like imminent, then what you need to do is get to the most interior room of your shelter as possible. So it's basically the same thing as a tornado, right? You have to get to the most interior room of your shelter on the lowest floor as possible, because typically they'll tend to aim at apartment buildings, high rises, apartment complexes, etc., skyscrapers, etc. If you are at your home, then what you need to do is, yes, correct. You must always wear clothes, just in case. Especially if you're in the Middle East right now. Or you could just not sleep. But nope. I don't know whose phone ringer that was, but that was funny. Yeah, it just got cut off. Listen to Everlong by Foo Fighters. I have an open source intelligence channel. I mean, sure. I'm just gonna have to check it out, though. I mean, yeah, sure. Go ahead, and I'll check it out. Yeah, you can. I misread that. Yes, you can. You can check that. You can check it out, or you can repost it. That's what I meant. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Jordan. Breaking news. Jordan's foreign minister says that Iran has attacked his country without justification.
এদের
মারে মারে কোনটা বেরে বেশি চিত্রটা বেরে চিত্র নেভিতে
চিত্রে নেভিতে মারতেছে বেশি
ইউ
এদের
আর
তো স্যাটেলাইটে তো এদের আছে তো এদের কাছে ইনফরমেশন আছে না অবশ্যই
আর
এজন্য
ইয়ারটা
ওই জায়গায়
মিনা
বেশি
সালমান
মারতেছে
বেসেটটা কি মিনা সালমান বেসেটটা এখন তো কিছু করতে পারে না
ওইটা তো মারছে বাকি রাখছে নাকি
মারছে তো কিন্তু উপরে না বাট্টা দিতেছে নিচে পড়তেছে না তো
নিচে ওরা তো ওই সিস্টেম করে তো মারতেছে না এখন তো
জুফিয়ার
আজকে
বিল্ডিং এর
রাতটা জানে আল্লাহ
জুফের বিল্ডিং এটা অটোমেটিকলি দেখছেন ডাইরেক্ট হিট করছে এটা জুফের বিল্ডিং এ পুরো গেছে জুফের বিল্ডিং
Oh, I love static. Yeah, that's great. Just keep the static. Our partners at Cranophonics, we're very are very welcoming. We thank them for giving us the coverage that we need, the live cams that we need for this event. Breaking news: the Palestinian Authority condemns Iranian attacks on Arab countries. Wow. Okay, well that's interesting. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Member of Tehran City Council says Supreme Leader Khamenei's son-in-law and daughter-in-law were killed in strikes. This is not confirmed. This is pure. This is what we're relaying the report. This is not confirmed yet. We'll have to wait for the official confirmation. Oh, it's legit. It's confirmed. We can confirm that. We can now confirm that. Let me quickly. Hey, bro, watch out, bro. I'm Hispanic. I'm a Hispanic Latino. I speak Spanish. I ain't like that, bro. I just like listening to Everlong. I don't know. This is also interesting. Channel 12 is reporting that 30 senior officials were targeted in the first 30 seconds of the attack. I'm crin, bro. And we are getting set up for the press conference in Tel Aviv soon. We'll be hearing from the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. And so as we enter hour 2 and 30 minutes, we're closing in on 3 hours of continuous coverage on Disaster Central. We are asking folks.
Okay, আড্ডা মারেন। আল্লাহ।
It's not the longest stream ever. The longest stream that I've ever done was a 13-hour live stream. It's not available anymore, but it was a 13-hour live stream. And it was during Hurricane Beryl. And the reason why that live stream was so long was because it was hitting my hometown. Well, unfortunately, my hometown was lost power because of Beryl. So that's the only reason why the stream was cut and it was no longer available. But I had done 13 hours of continuous coverage with commentary. We're still awaiting the press conference from Benjamin Netanyahu. You're going to have to stand by for that shortly. Israeli media is now... Oh. As I was saying before I got rudely interrupted, new and sensational details about the operation to eliminate Khamenei are expected to be released soon. Yes, I have covered this. I have already covered it, and in fact, I have a whole graphic about this. If you'd like to go into in depth about this, we can go in depth about the. Oh, what happened? Oh, the stream got cut. Uh-oh. So, Cranophonics has been cut. Not good. So, let's really just quickly talk about, again, what the Strait of um, what the Strait of Hormuz is, and basically, before I do that, let me quickly fix this. So let me quickly talk about this. So the reason why um, the Strait of Hormuz is so important is mainly for the reason being that the Strait of Hormuz carries um, about a fifth of the world's oil supply. Um, It carries a fifth of the world's oil supply. And for those who don't know what the Strait of Hormuz is, it's this little tiny dash that is this tiny dash mark that is in between I think Oman as well, Oman and Iran. And also it covers the sea space in the UAE and in Qatar. Well, nonetheless, the reason why um, this is important is because of the amount of oil that it carries. If the Strait of Hormuz shuts down, if the Strait of Hormuz does shut down, then we're talking skyrocketing oil prices for everybody, not just South Korea, Japan, and China, because South Korea, Japan, and China predominantly consume a lot of this oil, or they buy a lot of this oil. If this shuts down, then this has a worldwide impact because we also use this oil. Now, we don't use it as much, but that will disrupt oil supplies significantly. So if what the reports that are being told are true, and they are indeed shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, then we are potentially talking oil prices skyrocketing, and perhaps investor reactions in the stock market. Not that there already isn't. I think the Dow Jones is down. I think at least Dow Jones in the futures. Dow Jones futures. Let's see. Yeah, Dow Jones futures right now today is down 622 points, and that is because of the whole attack in Iran thing. The whole attack in Iran thing has been a complete it's just been has been a complete disaster for oil prices. So the Dow Jones futures showing a very negative sign and perhaps some turmoil. They're still trading, but the numbers are still continuously going down. Sorry, I'm updating social medias right now. Reading news right now as we speak. Any updates on the U.S. bombing of the school? We have heard. I haven't heard anything, because right now we're focused on whether or not Khamenei is alive. The supreme leader of Iran is alive or not. Breaking news. Jordan condemns Iranian attacks and will take all measures to protect its sovereignty and security. That is not a good sign. Oh my god. Jeez, that is not a good sign. For context, the last time Jordan got involved in a conflict was back in 1940 or 1950 something. It was like during the 6-Day War period or whatever. Let's see. Yeah. So the last time this happened was in the 1973 Arab-Israeli War. That was the last time that those strikes happened, or that they got involved in something like this. We could easily see this switch again to them actually perhaps going on the offense and attacking and joining the coalition with Iran, which will be definitely interesting to look at. But nonetheless, the situation has continued to develop towards the point where, let me see. Oh, they're live. Okay, they're back live. Here we go. I'm going to halt on showing this. Oh god. Hostile aircraft detected. I don't know what that means, but that looks like that. I think that might be Iranian drones. Maybe Iranian drones. What?
Lotan.
They just used the NHK theme. I'm crying. Bro.
Keturah.
Yeah, hostile aircraft intrusion. So this is for the following areas. So the following areas are getting hostile aircraft intrusion alerts. This is for Shatim. This is for Lotan and Keturah. Unknown amounts of population there, but nonetheless. Operation Epic Fury involves the largest regional concentration of American military firepower in a generation, says CENTCOM. Oh my god, that's a lot. CENTCOM says no U.S. service members have been injured or killed in today's airstrikes. We're still awaiting the press conference from Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh my god, what is this music? This might be from Tehran or the UAE, in Abu Dhabi, UAE. You are listening in to what is now protests happening in Iraq. I think these are anti-war protests. Iran Foreign Ministry spokesperson tells British Sky News that a number of leaders have been killed as a result of the actions that were committed today. This today, yeah. we are still awaiting the press conference of Benjamin Netanyahu, where we will be hearing from him in regards to any future statements that he has to make about the future of the operation, as well as the success of the operation, whether or not it was successful according to what they wanted.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Misgav Am. Margaliot. Manara.
خليها يبقى يمه.
בשנים קורא משטר האייתולות מוות לישראל, מוות לאמריקה. הוא הקיז את דמנו, הוא רצח אמריקנים רבים, והוא טבח בעמו שלו. היום כבר כולם מבינים, אסור שמשטר טרור רצחני זה יתחמש בנשק גרעיני שיאפשר לו לאיים על קיומנו ויאפשר לו לאיים על שלום האנושות כולה. אנחנו יצאנו לקרב כדי לשנות מצב זה מן היסוד, לשים קץ לאיום. ביום השני של מלחמת התקומה הבטחתי לכם, אנחנו נשנה את פני המזרח התיכון. עשינו זאת בעם כלבי, ואנחנו עושים זאת עכשיו ביתר שאת, במבצע שאגת הארי. הבוקר במתקפת פתע עוצמתית, השמדנו בלב טהרן את המתחם של הרודן חמינאי. במשך 3.5 עשורים, רודן אכזר זה שלח טרור לרחבי העולם, אמלל את עמו, ושקד כל הזמן, בלי הרף, על התוכנית להשמדת ישראל. התוכנית הזאת איננה, ורבים הסימנים שגם הרודן הזה איננו. הבוקר סיכלנו בכירים במשטר האייתולות, מפקדים במשמרות המהפכה, בכירים בתוכנית הגרעין, ואנחנו נמשיך. בימים הקרובים נכה באלפי מטרות של משטר הטרור. אנחנו ניצור את התנאים לעם האיראני האמיץ לשחרר את עצמו מכבלי הרודנות. ולכן אני שוב פונה עליכם, אזרחי איראן. אל תחמיצו את ההזדמנות. זו הזדמנות של פעם בדור. אל תשבו בחיבוק ידיים, כי בקרוב יגיע הרגע שלכם, הרגע שבו תידרשו לצאת לרחובות בהמוניכם, לצאת לרחובות כדי להשלים את המלאכה, להפיל את משטר הזוועות שממרר לכם את החיים. הסבל וההקרבה שלכם לא יהיו לשווא. העזרה שהחלתם לה, העזרה הזאת הגיעה. Help has arrived. ועכשיו הגיעה העת שתתאחדו יחד למשימה היסטורית. אזרחי איראן, הפרסים, הכורדים, האזרים, האחווזים והבלוצ'ים. זה הזמן שלכם לאחד כוחות, להפיל את המשטר, להבטיח את עתידכם. אזרחי ישראל היקרים, לאורך כל מלחמת התקומה, שאבתי כוח רב מהעמידה האיתנה שלכם. לא נפלתם למלכודות הדכדוך והייאוש. להפך, זקפתם קומה, נתתם גיבוי ללוחמינו הגיבורים, נתתם גיבוי לממשלה ונתתם גיבוי לי כדי להוביל את המאבק על קיומנו. כך בדיוק נוהג עם חפץ חיים, עם של אריות. גם בימים הקרובים נידרש יחד לאותה עמידה איתנה, לאותה משמעת ברזל בשמירה על הוראות פיקוד העורף. אזרחי ישראל היקרים, יש סמליות רבה בכך שהיום הוא י"א באדר. בתאריך זה, לפני 106 שנים, נפל גיבור האומה יוסף טרומפלדור בקרב תל חי. מורשתו, גבורתו, מפעמות בנו. באנדרטה לזכרו, בפסגת אצבע הגליל, בה נפל עם 7 חבריו, הוקם פסל הארי השואג. פעמים רבות במהלך חיי ביקרתי שם. כשהסתכלתי על הפסל, כך תמיד ראיתי אתכם, כך תמיד ראיתי אותנו, את עם ישראל. בעזרת השם, שאגת הארי של חיילינו, של טייסינו, של אזרחינו, נשמעת עכשיו בעולם כולו. והיום, יותר מתמיד, העולם כולו יודע, עם ישראל חי.
That was Prime Minister Netanyahu delivering his speech commencement in regards to the operation. He talks about mainly how help has arrived and that the United States cooperation with Israel has never been closer than before than it is now. Says that this year he also mentions that this year that this war, quote, this war will lead to true peace for the first time. For years. Netanyahu said, I promise that we will change the face of the Middle East. Netanyahu also says, quote, Khamenei's compound was destroyed. He also says, quote, there are many signs that Khamenei is no longer alive. Netanyahu also says, quote, the plan to destroy Israel does not exist, and that there's a good chance that the tyrant Khamenei does not exist either.
continue.
अल्लाह पाक अपने ज़मान में रखे सबको। और जो कोई ज़्यादा खतरे वाली साइड से हो वो आगे पीछे हो जाओ ना, खुली जगह पे आ जाओ। देखा अभी साइरन कब से बज रहा। आप लोग कह रहे थे कि ख़त्म हो गया, भाई इतनी जल्दी नहीं ख़त्म होने वाला सीन है। इंशाल्लाह इंशाल्लाह। बहरीन बहरीन पूरे बहरीन में साइरन चल रहे हैं। पूरे बहरीन में मेरे साइरन में भी फिर से चल गए, अभी तक चल रहे। हम बोल रहे थे कि अभी कंट्रोल है। हम लोग बोल रहे थे कि अभी कंट्रोल हो गया, अल्लाह का शुक्र। बस अभी भी दुआ करो कि बस कंट्रोल हो जाए तो अच्छा है यार। बहरीन 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 दुआ करो सारे, बस कंट्रोल हो जाए यार। अल्लाह पाक सबको अपने ज़मान में रखे, आमीन। फिर से सायरन चल गई, फिर से एमरजेंसी मैसेज आ गया। हम अभी रूमों से निकल के छतों पे आ गए। मैच नहीं खेलना ब्रदर, मैच में खेलन नहीं आ जा, मैच वाला मेरा रेंज नहीं। अल्लाह अकबर। 2 मिनट पहले फिर से सायरन चल रही है। अल्लाह अकबर अल्लाह अकबर। अल्लाह अकबर। आमीन आमीन सुम्मा आमीन। यस, टू मच प्रॉब्लम, टू मच डेंजर ब्रदर। बहरीन में हमला हुआ, हमला। आज का दिन पूरा ही ऐसे गुजर गया। आमीन आमीन। दुआ करो अल्लाह पाक सबको अपने हिफ्ज़-ओ-मान में रखे और ये मामलात भी ख़त्म हो जाएं, अच्छी बात है। रमज़ान है, लोग रोज़े रख रहे हैं, अल्लाह की इबादत कर रहे हैं। हम लोग बोल रहे थे कि ख़त्म हो गया, अभी कंट्रोल है सारा, तो अभी फिर से सायरन अभी 2 मिनट नहीं हुए चल गए। एमरजेंसी मैसेज सेम टाइम। जी जी अवाम की नींदें हराम हुई, अवाम परेशानी से निडाल है इस टाइम। अगर अपने मुल्क में होते तो और बात थी, नहीं कोई नहीं है। हम लोग यही सोच रहे थे कि अभी खलास है, अभी रुक गया, तो अभी 2 मिनट फिर से अलार्म पूरे बहरीन में अलर्ट बजे और फिर से एमरजेंसी मैसेज आ गए, अलर्ट अलर्ट। क्या होना है और क्या नहीं, बस दुआ करो अल्लाह पाक जो भी करे अपने हम सब भाइयों को अपने हिफ्ज़-ओ-मान में रखे। सऊदीया ब्रदर गल्फ़ में है, गल्फ़ पूरे में आलमोस्ट हो रहा है ना। सऊदीया क्या है, अभी सऊदीया के वीज़े वैसे भी बंद हैं। मटन सेव है, चलो माशाल्लाह अच्छी बात है, कोई साइड तो सेव है। सऊदीया अभी इधर की फ़्लाइटें बंद हैं, सारी फ़्लाइटें टिकटें, किधर जाएँ हम? पाकिस्तान भी नहीं जा सकते। आप सऊदीया का बोल रहे हो, सऊदीया का तो ऑलरेडी वीज़े बंद है ना हमारे पाकिस्तान से। आप बोल रहे हो कि सऊदीया सऊदीया ब्रदर कैसे? फ़्लाइटें बंद हैं, जिन लोगों की टिकटें थी वो भी ऐसे वापस आ गए। हाँ ना, अमेरिका की बेस पे कर रहे हैं, इसमें कोई शक नहीं। तो अमेरिका गलत जगह कर रही है ना। चलो माशाल्लाह अच्छी बात है, पाकिस्तान फुल सेव है। इधर से फिर से अलार्म चल रहे हैं यार। जिसके पास कोइंस है एक टीम बस ज्वाइन कर लो, कुछ नहीं और करना। एहतियात ब्रदर ज़रूरी है। सऊदीया मेरे हाथ पर मुसल्ली एरिया है, मिसाइल गिराया है। अच्छा, रियाद पर माशाल्लाह सब बेहतर है। चलो माशाल्लाह अच्छी बात है, दुआ करो कि इधर इधर भी बेहतर हो जाए तो अच्छा है। जफेर आमीन। सऊदीया तो फिर भी माशाल्लाह बहुत बड़ा है। ये बहरीन जो रहते हैं उनको पता है बहरीन कितना है, तो अगर ज़्यादा बात बिगड़ गई तो फिर बहुत मसला हो जाता है। हम तो यही दुआ करते हैं कि बस कंट्रोल हो जाए, ख़त्म हो जाए, अच्छी बात है। वो बार बार मोबाइल पे मैसेज कर रहे हैं, अलर्ट अलर्ट अलर्ट, ऊपर से सायरन बजा रहे हैं और लोग बोल रहे हैं कि अभी खलास हैं। एक बोल रहा था कि वो बैठ के सुलह कर रहे हैं ये कोई पाकिस्तान में कोई गांव की
This is a Disaster Central special report. All programming has been suspended to bring you an emergency announcement. Stand by for transmission. This is a Disaster Central special report. My name is David Velo, reporting in from Houston, Texas. Coming on the air with breaking news. This is the biggest news of the year. Iranian Supreme Leader Khamenei has been confirmed killed in the attacks. This comes after an original report suggested that he was killed, but it has been confirmed that the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei has been killed in Tehran as a result of the strikes that happened earlier this morning. This is the breaking news. This is the breaking news, arguably the biggest breaking news that we've had this year. Ayatollah Khamenei, which is the supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, has been confirmed killed as a result of these attacks. This is a breaking news development story coming on the air with breaking news. The breaking news is as follows. During the attacks in Iran this morning, the Iranian supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been killed in the attacks. He was targeted in Tehran. I'm going to quickly restart the stream and I'm going to come back as soon as possible. Stand by.